Say, don't you know? You say you don't know. All right. You ready for something? I went back and got my tripod. Bing bong. And a cord. But I don't have the capture card or the battery unlimiter yet, so we're just gonna do things this way for now. I brought a bag of goodies. Ooh, that's gonna go in my bookshelf. Ooh, that will go underneath my desk. Ready? I got these for somebody made these for me for Christmas. Will you please? Thank you. Ooh, they're the Shrinky Dink things. Little ice boat racing memorabilia. Guess where I'm putting this. I'm putting this on my mic. It's probably so loud, sorry. Right there's good. Ooh, Why do I keep doing that? Was there anything else in here? Oh yeah, a tree. I'll put this in my bag. Ooh, more tape. Look at this. I can do this. This will be important. Raining fast. Gonna last. No diamond if you held it in your hand. I can't understand. Are you reeling in the air? Stowing away the time. Ready for this? Not enough of mine. 17. What you mean? College should turn out like you planned. Are you reeling in the years? Stowing away the time. Why is the camera not connecting? I don't know. Well then. I spent a lot of time. Hollywood was etched upon my mind. I understand. This bag is deep, by the way. There's a lot of stuff in here. This actually, I'm taking that home with me. Nice deck of cards. What happened? Oh, no. The heat got to these. There's a dent. Lots of bummers. Gonna have to rip that box apart. It's an old box anyways. From a friend from high school. Affection for years and years. It's kind of weird. They're not sticky, but there's still note things. How to respond. FPV drone flying, not gaming. Well, it'd be in Minecraft, so whatever. This will become one of these. Eunoia! Donate to Eunoia, we need the money. Little finger thing. More erasers for my crippling knife addiction. That's that. Somehow. Seconds away from a heart attack. This time. I missed failurably. Miserably is what I meant to say, but I said failurably. to the corner where I first saw you. In my sleeping bag, I'm not gonna jump birds on cardboard. Just a picture in my head. Picture's gonna tell where I am. 'Cause I'm trying to give me money they don't understand. Oh, I'm just a broken-hearted man. What can I do? Oh, well, I'm still in love with you. It's just one day you wake up and you throw this in me. I still wonder if I could be. And then we come back to the place that we need. Do you really know you are on the corner of the street? I'm moving. It's rains or snow. This is the first place you will go. And this one day you wake up when the joy is in me. And your heart starts to wonder. Mainstream webcam. Mainstream camera. Corner of the street, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I'm moving. Work about that guy. Waiting on my word. Maybe I'll get famous as a man who can't be moved. Maybe you can keep me on the news. I know I'm running to the corner. One day you wake up and just me. My heart starts to wonder if I can be. One back to the place that we need. When I first saw you, kept in my sleeping bag, I'm not gonna move. Fire. Forgetful when I look in your eyes. too fast and way too slow. Turn the storm. Somebody said it's not in disguise anymore. I want to like have a bar equals of a puzzle, like a hand in a glove. It's not in disguise anymore. My heart's a stereo, beats when your soul listen close. My thoughts in every note. Make me your radio. Fill me up when you belong to my stereo. Why does Lynxie have 1,600 Wells Night rated? Everybody else. I understand. On the other hand, my heart's a stereo. It beats when you so listen close. A thousand every note. Make me your radio. Turn me up when you feel. Belong to my stereo. Does this make it really loud? I don't even know what this one does. Does it change any? Yeah, it doesn't change anything. Making your radio, turn me up so you Oh, I see. Test, 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 test. Hubba dubba dubba da. That does not do anything. Okay. Pick me up when you feel alone. That's meant for you. Sing along to my stereo. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sing along to my stereo. Pull myself together this time. No, you're right, but I'm always wrong. You need to be always on all night. And I'll be fine. I'll pull myself together this time. Be someone who can hold up the middle. Someone who can hold up the middle. Be someone. That's alright. Don't pay me no mind, I'll be fine. I'll pull myself together this time. There'll be someone who can hold up all the fun. Wait, I'm not gonna have a stream deck at home. It's useless. Okay. Oh, I'm in streaming mode, that's why there's no... Okay, so, but if I do, like, this... I do that... Why? Oh, it's because it's being used in I can go to bed at 11 now. Unless I want 10 hours of sleep. Wait, I can go to bed at midnight? Absolute cinema. I can go to bed at midnight and wake up at 8 and get 8 hours. Oh my gosh. I can't tell you. can't be so. Tell me once and watched it burn. I didn't wanna leave, I didn't wanna fight, cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, I can name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own hand. Love me better than you can love me better. I can love me better, baby. Can love me better. I can love me better, baby. It's cherry red. No remorse, no regret. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to fight. Then remembered don't understand. I can take myself dancing. Better, baby, can love me better. I can love me better, baby, can love me better. That's funny. a bum bum. In my heart I have a bum bum. In my heart I have a bum bum. Yeah, that's bad. Divirtiéndonos. In my heart I have a bum bum knee. Bum bum knee. Okay. If you got that reference, you know. Divirtiéndonos. Shapeshifted trick the past again. us in the end once again. Taped together. Okay. No, I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Ah, no, my jacket! We built this city on rock and roll. You know what I really want to do? I want to set up TTS, but just for chat. How to set TTS for chat on YouTube. Don't know who goes to that kind of place. Knee deep in the hoopla. Too many runaways eating up the night. Tori plays the mamba. Listen to the radio. Don't you remember this city? We built this city on rock and roll.
Hello, I'm Haunter, and lately I've been getting a lot of questions on how I am able to use text-to-speech on my YouTube live streams. Text-to-speech is pretty prevalent on Twitch, and a lot of people think that you can only use it on Twitch and not on YouTube. I'm here to set the record straight. You can use text-to-speech on YouTube live streams, and it's through a program called SpeakerBot, and both StreamerBot and SpeakerBot downloaded and installed. You will also want to make sure in platforms, YouTube, and account that your YouTube account is connected to StreamerBot. Now we'll set up SpeakerBot. Before we go any further, I'd like to say that Nutty recently did a really great video on SpeakerBot, and he went into detail on a lot of things. I'm going to keep it really simple in this video, but if you want to watch a video to dive deeper into it, or over to this tab, right? SAPI, a lot of let you reference. And we're going to add a name here in this field. And I'm going to test. So I'm going to add David to the of voices. And you can get those by following the instructions in the document. Then we capital, and then make sure that input of testing on the live stream and speak it. Something else you can do is add a variable to StreamerBot's action used when we type in our command TTS. Hello, this is Haunter, and we hit enter.
Haunter said hello, this is Haunter.
It will speak the person to be seeing. in this video.
Haunter said hello, I'm here from your YouTube video.
And then head over to this tab right here. In this video, but if you want to watch a video to dive deeper into it, then I highly recommend Nutty's video, or you can always join one of my streams and ask questions, or ask me on Discord. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is head over to this. Tab right here.
Speech engines.
Called speech engines. And you're going to click this SAPI 5, which adds the basic engine that Windows has. You can also set up a lot of these other engines in SpeakerBot, but to keep it simple, we're going to let you reference Nutty's document or the StreamerBot documents. So then you go into voice aliases, and we're going to add a name here in this field. We're just going to call it default for now. We're going to click add. Now you should see it over here on the left hand side, and what you can do is choose a voice from the lower section here. I'm going to choose Microsoft David Desktop, and when we hit test speak,
This is a test
we
message.
should be able to hear the voice.
This is a test message.
There we go.
This is
So
a test
I'm going
message.
to add David to the voices
This
under
is a test
default,
message.
and we're good to go there. Now I will say
This
there
is a
are
test
a
message.
lot of voices.
This is a test message. This is a test message.
This is a test message.
And we're good to go. So I'm going to add David to the voices under default, and we're good to go there. Now I will say there are a lot of voices in SpeakerBot. A lot of voices in. We're good to go there. Now I will say there are a lot of voices in SpeakerBot.
Nuh-uh. What do you mean?
A lot of voices. You can get those by following the instructions in the documents to add those speech elements.
Oh.
Next, what we want to do is go into StreamerBot and go into our actions. We're going to create an action. I'm just going to call it TTS. Then we go to our sub actions. We right click. We go down to speaker bot and speak. Now remember the voice alias we just created called default. We're going to put that in here. Default. And we're going to type a message in here. This is a test. Hello.
This is a test. Hello.
So you can create commands.
This is a test message.
Or we right click, we go down to speaker bot and speak. Now remember the voice alias we just created called default. We're going to put that.
Why is it not connected?
That in hot, we go actions. Next, what we want to do is go into StreamerBot and go into our actions. We're going to create an action. I'm just going to call it TTS. Then we go to our sub actions. We right click. We go down to speaker bot and speak. Now remember the voice alias we just created called default. We're going to put that in here. Default.
This is a test message.
What's going on? Why can't Come on.
This is a test message.
A year ago, coding was totally different than what it is today. Now, when you code,
Good morning, YouTube. I am Bearded Ink, and today the long-awaited tutorial has arrived. Cue the trumpets and stream. Of course, I mean we're going to talk about Speaker.bot, the TTS companion to Streamer.bot, and this is the bot that you're going to use if you have channel points or commands or alerts even for TTS or text-to-speech, where the message is read out to you audibly for you and your stream to hear. It is also used for things like your little TTS messages that we have on your stream. If you're using Streamer.bot, Speaker.bot is the bot that you want to go to. Now, we are going to cover everything. This tutorial has been long-awaited, has been heavily requested.
Do I have Bing Bong
And as some of
up?
you may know, that is because there have been some major changes to the bot, as well as some of the not built in, but some of the speech engines that the bot can connect to and work with. They have made some changes there, and I was waiting for all of that to settle
Bing
down so that
bong.
when you do watch this video, it's not immediately outdated, right? So this is going to cover everything from download and install to initial setup, signing in, getting everything connected, and then learning how to add your speech engines, add your aliases, give your users nicknames if you want to, how to give people voices, and how to connect it to StreamerBot so you can use commands and channel points, as well as how to make sure it is audible through your stream through OBS. So this is going to be a long tutorial, as some of you on the channel have grown accustomed to. And with that, go ahead and pause the video, go grab your coffee, your tea, your drink of choice, get some snacks, buckle in, and we're going to get started when you come back and hit unpause. We'll wait for you. All right, let's just go over there and get started, Joe. All right. So just like Streamer.bot, Speaker.bot is the name of the bot, as well as the website. Now, first thing you have to do, obviously, is download the bot, and you can do so through SpeakerBot if you wish. You're going to click the Get Started button here, you're going to go through all of the documentation, and eventually you'll come to the download section, you'll click a download button. It is there, it is nowhere on the front page, though. So go back to Streamer.bot, the main website for the main bot, and there you will see right next to the Streamer.bot download button is the Speaker.bot download button, and this is for the current version, which is right now as of this.
Bing bong.
recording 1.3. So you're going to click the button.
An hour and 10 minutes? Oh.
First thing we have to do after we download and open the bot is that we have to connect it to everything that we connect it to. So we're going to skip over a lot of these tabs. We're going to go right into settings. The first thing we're going to look at here is the general tab. We're going to make sure that speaker.bot is in the name. We have our own ID, and again, that it to everything that we connect it to. So we're going to skip over a lot of these tabs. We're going to go right into settings. The first thing we're going to look at here is the general tab. We're going to make sure that speaker.bot is in the name. We have our own ID, and again, that it is enabled. Okay, we're going to come back to this tab later.
What the Sigma?
And cover the rest of it. But right now, this is what we're looking for primarily. Okay, we're going to go now to, let me zoom in. We're going to go now to the Accounts tab. We're going to click on the tab, and as you can see, we are not logged in to anything currently, as would be expected. Now, this is just going to bring up the Twitch authorization. It's going to connect your account to Twitch. I'm going to go ahead and do this on the other screen, just so I can make sure that I'm logged in to Robot Bearded, which is my testing account, instead of my primary account, which is already connected to my other one. So we're going to click on Login. It's going to bring up the authorization page. You've all seen this before. You know,
Yeah, I don't really care. I want to connect StreamerBot to, or sorry, SpeakerBot to StreamerBot. Changing the StreamerBot. Why is it not connected? Open log folder, suggestions, documentations, check for updates. Where's just this general settings? Come on. Come on. Chat. Buh.
this, it looks like this, right? Okay. And then if we go in and let me just zoom out again, the pub sub and the event sub. Right, so streamer site, like I said, it connects to Discord, so we're going to go ahead and click on login there, and we're going to let that load up, and then we're just going to verify that we are on our correct Discord login. We're going to click authorize to your headphones, or leave it as system default. If it's on default, it'll be whatever is set for your computer to be the default output for audio, which is going to usually be your headphones. But you can have TTS come from any other source. It doesn't have to go directly to your headphones. It can come out of one of your monitor speakers, for example. So that option is there for you. I usually leave it on default because that's what I want everything to go through, is whatever I'm currently listening to. Okay, you can adjust the volume, but this is going to be site-wide, so it'll be in your headset, it'll be through OBS. If you need it louder or shorter, you can do it here, but you can also take control manually in OBS, which I find to be a little bit easier. The save to TTS, let me zoom in on this part right here again for you. This section here, if you enable this, you're going to have to find a file or create a folder for them to save the WAV files to. And what this does is every time your TTS is used, it'll record it and save it to a WAV file in this directory that you choose. Now, I suggest for now that you leave this unchecked until we get everything going and working, and then when you come back and you're trying to get things going on your own and expand the usefulness of this bot, I can talk. I promise I can talk. I can talk, I can type, I just can't do it all the time. But this is going to be helpful when you're trying to do like a TTS mascot, to make sure that everything lines up correctly and that the mascot knows when to stop moving based on when the audio file that has been saved ends. So I will be doing a tutorial on TTS mascots as well, but for this scope of this tutorial, it's a little bit higher level than we need. Okay. One thing I will suggest is over here you'll find the log level. I would drop this down and click on verbose, at least while we're setting up, at least until you have a grasp of everything and how it works and it's working on your stream. And then you can come back and change it to debug, but I would leave it on either debug or verbose. Okay.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free to use templates in the link below. Let's talk productivity.
What this is going to do is if you do require help and somebody says, I need to see your log file, you can show them the full verbose log file, and they can help pinpoint the problems a lot faster than having to make you go in and change it manually, duplicate the problem.
Today, I'm going to be showing you how to set Welcome Up Speak Tech to Connect. Yes, I'm going to go to download that folder here, click SpeakerBot over here, ignore ones. And in this one, ignore all of them except the speech engines, voice aliases, and the WebSocket server one, and start server as, and type in Uber. Now then, go back to Google and type in Uber with Google, and then go ahead and ask one. It's here. Emit something, so I'm going to do hi and in here. Now then, to connections, SpeakerBot, and you just StreamerBot, go to integration.
Integrations. Sorry, I'm done.
SpeakerBot, and you just want to enable these two. Auto connect and reconnect. Press connect, and then you're done connecting it. Now to create action, just add a new action.
Test.
I'm just going to call it just this. Add a core test, and you just want to name it test. So this is to test the action. And then do is Twitch or YouTube. Go to no, not Twitch or YouTube. Go to Speakerbot, and then go to speak, and then paste in that voice alias. Yeah? Okay. And then go ahead and type in your message. So I'm going to put hi.
You didn't edit that
press
out?
Okay, and then you can test it here. Thank you so much for watching this video.
Oh my god.
Please can hit that subscribe button.
This is a test message. This is a test message.
Test. Test. Bing bong. Bing bong. Then. Togger.
Togger.
Bing bong.
I suspect that that it doesn't know what to look for.
Bing bong.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know why this is happening to me. Alright, I suppose I should work on stuff. Brr. You gotta make some popcorn. Burn. I couldn't get the TTS to work, sadly. Probably spent like an hour on it. No luck. This chair is so comfortable. Like, whoever designed this thing knew what they were doing. On the other hand, like, I think I'd rather sit in this chair than the green thing that I'm sitting in right now. But stocks are down. I mean, yeah. Might want to steal the couch back, but they didn't remove it. It's still up in the 4th floor. I'm looking for this video.
It's finally time for the flying saucer video. No, I'm joking. So, welcome to Smarter Every Day. This is a YouTube channel that my name's Destin. I make little experiments sometimes to try to understand things. And there's a thing that I want to understand, that, if I'm honest, I have pretended to understand it in the past, but I don't think I really did. And that thing is gyroscopic precession, okay? I know how gyroscopic precession works. If you touch a thing on one direction, it happens 90 degrees out of phase if it's spinning. And there's been a lot of explanations on the internet, and most of them involve a bicycle wheel. I've got friends that have made videos about this. You can see professors use a bicycle wheel to explain gyroscopic precession. I've even made a video using a bicycle wheel with my friend Carl trying to explain gyroscopic precession. But what I explained is what happens, not why it happens. And I think a lot of videos, mine included, kind of assume a lot of prior knowledge, and they jump from like 0 to 10. But what I need is a baby step towards understanding about gyroscopic precession. So this video today is for me. I'm trying to understand this, and I'm happy that you're here because I have a crazy setup in the garage, and I'm going to show it to you now, okay? So first of all, this is the garage, and I have cameras everywhere, okay? I'll just show you the cameras. Got a camera here. Is it on? Are you on camera? Yeah, that camera's on. Got a camera there. Got a camera there. Got a camera here. Got a camera down there on the floor, and got one way over here, okay? So what you'll notice is I've got an arrow in the floor, and that represents the direction that this model of a disc is going to fly. If I were a big person and I could throw a frisbee or a disc like this is how the disc would fly. And the reason we're making this video is because I'm doing a series on how disc golf discs fly, and I want to understand it. And I came up against this problem where gyroscopic precession is involved, hard to even say, and I realized I didn't understand it. And so I built this model, and then I realized this video needs to be its own video because I haven't seen an explanation like this on the internet, okay? So first of all, let's look at this disc. If I have just a disc suspended from these 4 wires that you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, I've got a bearing here so things can spin. But what would happen if I just take my finger and I push down on this disc right here? So this camera is 90 degrees here. I'm throwing it that way. What happens if I push down on this? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, it just tips. No big deal, right?
Why
no big deal.
4 wires?
So
Why
now,
not 3?
let's look at gyroscopic precession. Let's look at
Then
what
it'd be
happens when the
stable.
disc is spinning and I put a force there. Okay, let's do that. And the way we're going to put the spinitude in this is I have 3D printed that thing, and I have the disc Spin-O-Matic 3000 here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that little silicone paint stirrer, that's my last of 3 because I broke the other 2. We're going to put that in there, and we're going to slowly add spin to this. Another way to say this is we're going to increase angular momentum, but we're not going to use the physics words here. We're just going to spin things. Okay, so spinning this thing up, and I've learned that if it's bent like that, then I can go faster once it straightens out. All right, caught up to me? Catching up to me? Oh, there it goes. All right. All right,
Why
one of
not
the
just
hardest
use
parts
like
is to decouple.
another 3D printed
okay, hold on.
piece?
Okay, we have decoupled. That's very stressful. I've broken 2 of those so far. Okay, so we now have a spinning disc
Instead of
with
breaking
a lot
it.
of angular momentum, okay? Let's do the same thing as before, except this time we're going to push down with air right here, okay? So is it going to do the same thing it did last time? Let's watch. We've got a 90-degree angle here. Watch what happens. 3, 2, 1. It does not. It does not do the same thing. If you were watching, I pushed down here with the air, and that side over there went down. So 90 degrees after the applied force, it went down. And you'll notice it's doing this wobbling thing now. Okay, so the more experienced of you out there will note that this is actually gyroscopic precession. And yes, you're right, and that's a function of how I have my device set up here. But I think it's neat that we applied a force here, and it saw something happen 90 degrees out of phase over there, right? Okay, let's do it one more time, and then I'll show you one other thing. Okay, so all right, we're gonna slow this down, quit the wobble. This time I'm gonna push up, and I'm gonna let you think about what's gonna happen. Okay, where's my drill? It's here. Okay, here it is. Decoupling? All right. Man, that's like refueling an airplane or something. All right, so we've got our angular momentum applied. This time, I'm going to push up right here. Okay, and so if I push up, gyroscopic precession says that whatever I do here is going to happen 90 degrees later. So if you just watch the first second and a half before all the friction and stuff takes over, watch what happens. Ready? 1, 2, 3. You can see it lifted on that other side. It's not exactly 90 degrees. I've got some problems with my setup, but you can see it's not lifting where I'm blowing the air, which is what it seems like it should do. So this is what's happening. This is a way of thinking about what just happened. So I pushed on the bottom of that thing with air right here, right? So we're right here, but the displacement of the disc was actually over here. So I had this lift vector here, but the displacement didn't happen until way over here, right? And if you look at that from the top down, that's pretty weird. Isn't that weird? Why am I pushing here and a thing happens over here? This is the part that I'm super excited about. This is an explanation that finally, my buddy told me about this, and it kind of works, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to ignore angular rotation and angular momentum. Those are big words that are intimidating. We're gonna look at plain old linear momentum. That's what we're gonna do, okay? So I've got this camera here. You're now on the
Linear
tripod up there,
algebra.
and I'm gonna talk to you right here, and I've got this cue ball here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to grab this number 5 ball here, and what I'm gonna do is, you know how pool balls work, right? Like if I have just a ball sitting right there, let's zoom in on that. If I've got a ball sitting there, and I want to roll this other ball into it, there's a momentum transfer there that happens, right? So let's do it one more time. I'm gonna roll into it. So whatever angle it hits at, it's gonna go off at a different angle. But let's look at what happens when this thing is rolling. So if I have a ball, this 5 ball is moving from right to left, and then I hit it as it goes by, look at that, it goes down at an angle. Did you see that? Let's try that one more time. So I'm gonna roll it here, 5 ball coming across. I hit it, goes down at an angle. So the ball rolls in, and it has just velocity in this X direction, right? It's just going in that direction. This ball comes in and hits it about right here, and it's got velocity in this Y direction. So we've got momentum in X, momentum in Y, and then what happens is you get a resultant momentum, and that resultant momentum is that ball going off at an angle, okay? So the system remains the same. So watch, all the X that I put in and all the Y that I put in, it stays the same even after the collision, okay? That's interesting, okay? So here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna go back to our other little thing that we were looking at over there. Let me get you off this tripod. Let me bring you back over here, and I've got a trick for you. I think this is really neat. Okay, so if you think about our disc, our model of the Jolly Green Giants disc golf disc, or whatever this is, right? All it is, basically, is its mass out at a radius from a pivot point, right? That's all it is. Smart people know how to calculate the moment of inertia as mr squared, or in this case, it's gonna be somewhere between 1/2 mr squared and mr squared. But what if we replace that mass at a radius with pool balls? Ooh. Just like that over there, we had that little situation where we had linear momentum. What if we use the tool of linear momentum to think about this rotational momentum, or this angular momentum? It'll make sense in a second. Okay, so remember, I've got a camera over there looking in the direction of flight, indicated by the arrow on the floor there. So that's where the red ball is right now, the number 3 ball. We also have this blue one over here. So, and then we've got this camera that's looking 90 degrees off, right? So I can do the same thing as before, okay? I can rotate this thing up, but what I want you to do is just think about this reference frame. This camera right here is the most important camera in the whole place. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rotate it up again. Let's do this. I'm not gonna rotate this as fast because I've learned that lesson the hard way. Don't worry about it, it was crazy. So I'm rotating this thing up a little bit, I'm gonna decouple. So now think about this camera as the same thing. I've got a ball coming in from the right, going to the left, and what happens if I roll another ball down and I hit it? What happens? You're just thinking about this camera. It goes down at that angle, like we talked about earlier, right? So if you think about it, if I've got an X component of momentum, I've got a Y component of momentum, I get a resultant, right? I'm just looking at this 2D plane right here on this camera. But that's not where we live in right now. We're living in a rotational reference frame, and we're connected to this stick. So if it goes down, it's got to go down like that. And that means that ball up there goes up. And then once we get like that, well, there's nowhere to go. We have to continue rotating like that, right? So I like to think of this whole thing as a linear momentum problem that kind of manifests itself in some kind of weird gyroscopic wobble that only really smart physicists can understand, right? So watch again. We're gonna rotate. I'm gonna go a little faster if I can. Gonna rotate. I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna try to drop it. I've missed it a lot. Look at that. About 90 degrees. Okay, so that's something I wanna think about. And you notice it kind of wobbled in a really bad way after the fact. That's because I've got friction here. That's because this is an imperfect demonstration. I've got this pendulum, and there's this other thing happening here that's hard to explain. But for now, this is just a tool that lets me think about the effects of gyroscopic precession in terms of displacement. That's what this does for me mentally, okay? So, okay, we have that. Let's go back to the disc, okay? If I were to put the disc back on there, let's think about it like this. We're gonna start, and the reason I'm doing all this is because in this disc golf disc video, I realized how much gyroscopic precession plays into rotational dynamics. Like when I finished my master's degree in mechanical and aerospace engineering, I left the room and I went outside and I looked up and there was a helicopter flying. And I realized I have no idea how that's working. And so I'm guilty of a lot of times thinking I know things, but I don't really understand them. And so that's why we're doing this, is because I want to understand it in a way that I haven't before. So let's go back and think about the spinning disc. Okay, so I'm gonna spin the thing again. And this time I'll spin it that way and we'll blow up this time, okay? So I'm gonna get it going. This is fun, so let's just get another camera here, just because it's fun to watch this part. It's really hard to see. All right, so here we go. Let me get this going here. I always have to concentrate a whole lot here because I can do things like that and break things. All right, I feel like I'm docking with a spacecraft in Interstellar. Okay, so now we've got this thing moving. And now what I want you, it's rotating that way, okay? I want you to think of it not as mass, but as a bunch of billiard balls. And we're gonna come in with air and we're gonna hit it right there, okay? So what's going to be the effect? If we do that, let's go up. Let's say I'm gonna hit it with a billiard ball going up. Yeah, let's just change it up. What's gonna happen? If I blow up here, it's gonna go away. It tilts up on that side over there. Now, it's not perfect. Slow it down. It's not perfect because I've got a lot of friction and stuff there. Oh, I just marked up the top of the thing. But you get the idea of what's going on, right? So with gyroscopic precession, if it's rotating, if you apply a force in one location, the displacement actually occurs in a lag type way, 90 degrees out of phase. And it's a really interesting concept, this gyroscopic precession. And a lot of the explanations that you'll see on the internet involve a bicycle wheel. But if you go back and you look at the bicycle wheel and you just think about it in these terms, you can get to the place where you understand it just using this simple linear momentum model. I recognize that I probably said a lot of things wrong, but this is just a mental tool that allows me to understand what's going on. And I love it. I think it's really, really cool. So what if we did it one more time and you got to guess? You want to do that? Okay, so let me spin it the other way. I'll spin it the other way and you guess where it's going to go, okay? Okay, it's rotating. Maybe not as fast as I want it to, but now if it's rotating this direction and I put the air down right here, what's going to happen?
Okay, yeah, I get it.
This is my prototype of a very small volumetric display. Got an LED matrix at the top, electronics underneath, IR sensor, a low 2450 battery in the middle, and then motor LCD right at the bottom. Problems you normally encounter with building a volumetric persistence of vision display are things like bushings and slip rings. How do you get the power and data to the moving parts? And I've avoided all that just by spinning everything, even the motor and the battery. Here's a static test image, or test volume. It's just a janky, low-resolution wireframe cube. But as I rotate, you can see it genuinely is a 3D display. Next up, we can animate it. It's rotating the cube in the awkward plane. Next we've got fluid simulation. This is pre-rendered, it's Mantaflow. Just some glowing liquid sloshing about in a cylindrical container. And it's not very high resolution, but proves the concept. It works. I had planned to machine a heavy weight to go at the bottom, but so far this laser cut bit of Delrin seems to be doing just fine. It's no coincidence this is roughly the size and shape of a key light candle. The original idea was to build a virtual candle with a holographic flame, that could be seen from any angle. Well, this is my first attempt. This is my first attempt at a flame simulation, and I need to tweak the parameters a bit. Currently it looks less like a candle and more like a very small bonfire. I won't deny this is a very satisfying result for what is a hastily thrown together prototype. I honestly wasn't expecting it to work at all.
Oh, I'm a mess.
For the next version, I'll put all the electronics on a circuit board and fix the battery holder and see how to add a rubber band to stop flying out while the thing's spinning. We can make the display high resolution, add more LEDs. The main improvement will be if we can get those LEDs centered. See, each voxel is illuminated twice as it rotates. But it's quite hard to get those illuminations to line up. We need those LEDs to be on the center line, but instead the board holding them is on the center line. So if we just shift that over, that should correct for it, but
what if I told you that with the right techniques, you could model...
This is me, entering the portal room just 23 minutes into a random...
Great video. Everybody needs to watch this video right now.
I'm a 3D artist, and in this video, I made the biggest mistake of my entire career. 4 years ago, I posted this image on the Battle Cats subreddit. It's my favorite mobile game, as you can guess from the Nightmare Fuel, but unfortunately, Battle Cats never saw my post. Hey Daniel, we're big fans of your work, and we're wondering if you'd like to make us a 3D Battle Cats game as a promotion. No, I can't.
Congratulations, you got a drone. Let's go film.
I just found an amazing new way to do transitions, and it's actually really easy.
Why do you have that camera for video?
I'm still just experimenting.
Film Planet Earth. These settings are really simple, better double check them 9 times anyway. Turn the drone on and take off.
The home point has been updated.
Wow, it's a lot louder than you thought it'd be, but you're in debt, so you have to commit. 100 feet away, it's still noisy. Everybody's looking. Everybody can hear it. Don't look at the drone too long, you won't see what you're filming. You can't look at the screen too long, a building might come out of nowhere. Time to check the settings again because the exposure's off. Oh, you pressed auto, all your settings reset. The drone's still buzzing. Wow, this would be an expensive crash, huh? Now the birds are coming. Some old lady just pointed. Try to ignore it. Nosy guy is now invited to come ask how high and how fast it goes. Don't fly over any don't look at that airport. The FAA chopper is going to send Black Ops down on impaired.
Was like sheet music. The important thing isn't can you read music, it's can you hear it. Can you hear the music, Robert? Yes, I can.
I owe you all an apology. I recently realized that I've been ignoring a big portion of filmmakers with this channel. What about all the writers, directors, and producers who want to make bad films? Well, finally, I got a video just for you. Disclaimer, don't take this list personally. I've been guilty of pretty much all these. You know, some tropes are a classic for a reason, and you gotta try this one. It's the ultimate cop-out ending. Writing a mysterious film has never been easier. Simply do whatever weird, insane shit you can think of, and then have your character wake up right before the end credits. Works every time. If we didn't know that these characters were siblings before, this incredibly natural line of dialogue will surely clear up any confusion. This must be what they mean when they say show, don't tell in screenwriting. Also, I feel like this style of writing has been taken over by a different type of film. That's just what I heard, though. You cannot have too many lens flares, folks. It's cinematic. You don't like being cinematic? Hey, there's the door. Don't look up with an anamorphic lens when you step outside it. You might accidentally see something distractingly blue and awesome. And no, I'm not talking about Avatar. But if you want to be the best, first, you gotta beat the best. So that's why I always make sure to double the lens flares per minute, LFPM, in my films versus the leading Hollywood lens flare director. And that, my friends, is why they call me JJ Abrams. Give the people what they want. Text scrolling torturously slow over a black screen. You literally can't have enough. Text. Give the people what they want. Text scrolling torturously slow over a black screen. You literally can't have enough of this. Throw it in the beginning, repeat the same names at the end, go nuts. Because guess what? It's called entertainment. And no story is more entertaining than reading strangers' names in unstyled Arial font over royalty-free music. I'm still waiting for the visionary director who's finally going to step up and start throwing in some middle credits too. But hey, maybe the world's not ready yet. Is there anything more heartwarming than watching an acne-ridden protagonist?
Want to strengthen your math skills? Try Brilliant. It's an effective and fun way to learn, built for the way your mind actually works. Every lesson is visual and interactive, so the math makes sense.
Protagonist with braces coming home to his wife and child after another long day at the office. You can almost feel the relief as he loosens his tie, because all adults wear ties to work, and finally embraces his child, who happens to be 5 years younger than him. But unfortunately, our protagonist has miles to go before he sleeps. A call from boss lights up his cell phone. We learn that Those reports need to be on his desk tomorrow morning. From the look on his world-weary, wrinkleless wife, we know this is a familiar story. But you know what? Today's gonna be different. And after a deep heart-to-heart, our protagonist finally realizes he's getting too old for this shit. He puts down his briefcase because all adults bring one to work and plays a long-overdue game of catch with his younger brother. I mean son. Son. I think this is more of a modern take on the classic It Was All a Dream, but you know what? In a pinch, it still gets the job done. Take your characters out of the literal world without the baggage of those pesky writing responsibilities like making sense. Hey, Mike can finally bust out that fisheye lens, too. Your production company logo is the business card of the film world, and I think we all know how critical business cards are, so make your mark. Simple or understated logos are not your friend here. Spend a minimum of 3 to 6 weeks designing an overwrought logo in Microsoft Paint. Then animate it. Add some music, consider making this music way louder than the rest of the film, and bonus points go for distracting or off-putting company names, sound effects, and amateur motion graphics. Let the audience really feel each of those keyframes. Because remember, if they can't connect with Unique Unicorn Pictures International's logo, how can you expect them to connect with Unique Unicorn Pictures International's films? Fun fact, the standard story company logo took me about 30 minutes to make, and that mistake has cost me millions of dollars and Academy Award consideration year after year. Friday Film Notes is the free newsletter I send out to 8,500 filmmakers every Friday, and in fact, this video script is just me stealing one of my own newsletters. You definitely don't want to join this because then you'd be getting free filmmaking tips every week. Hear that saying that we only use 10% of our brains? Well, guess what? Filmmakers who try to keep actors' eye lines consistent by adhering to the 180-degree rule are only using 50% of their story. Why hem yourself into only shooting a scene from one side? You can literally double the emotional impact by embracing the 360-degree rule instead. The math doesn't lie. Open your minds, people. Back in the day, it was Windows Movie Maker, it was iMovie. While all the snobby pros were out there using Premiere, Avid, Final Cut, our creativity blossomed and was unfettered by the capitalistic greed of paid editing software. And then DaVinci Resolve came around, offering all the same features and power as that pro software, but for free. But you and I, we're not going to be fooled that easily. We're going to stick to our guns. But the arsenal's changed, and now we have CapCut. And finally, we have the versatility to edit thirst trap TikTok dances and hard-hitting character study dramas in the same app. And you know what? No more gatekeeping, folks, because without even lifting a finger, everyone's going to know how we achieved that movie magic right at the end of the edit. All these people on YouTube talking about color grading. First of all, slow down. You're gonna grade my color when I'm back in elementary school? You're gonna give me a report card? You're gonna call me out for sharding in social studies? I don't think so. Log footage looks good. If it didn't, why would they even put it on the camera? It's called a low-con look, folks. It's cool. And honestly, if you edit with log footage long enough, it looks normal, so I don't see why I would mess with it and bring in all this extra junk like saturation and contrast, or LUTs. You know what LUT actually stands for? Lousy unwanted tint. I don't want a LUT. I want a natural log. By the way, if you're shooting log, you definitely don't want to use Cinematch either. Picture this scenario. You're shooting a film, right? And you want to jump over to a drone shot. I don't have a drone, so this is my drone shot. Now, if you were to use Cinematch, you could perfectly match the footage from your main camera to your DJI drone right here, or your iPhone, or your Blackmagic Pocket, or your FX6, whatever, just with a few clicks. They've analyzed the sensors of these cameras to take the guesswork out of the whole process and give you fine-tuning controls to make your match even more precise. This is a big mistake. Do you really want the audience to think that you shot your film with only one camera? Hello, dead giveaway that you're a low-budget Bush League filmmaker. If I bust out a GoPro for a stunt shot, I want my audience to know I busted out a GoPro. And you do that by manually filling with the color on that GoPro shot for an hour in lumetri color, not getting it anywhere close to the A-cam's color, and then when that one shot shows up in the film, shocking the audience with totally different skin tones and contrast curves, etc., they'll be thinking, wow, was that a whole nother camera? I'm gonna tell you, taking the audience out of the story like that, such a small price to pay to let them know, yes, I did have enough money to use 2 different cameras on this thing. So don't use Cinematch, because if you do, you're gonna make your film too seamless. And besides, who would want to make their iPhone footage emulate an Arri Alexa's color science anyways? But if you do decide to go down that dangerous path, you can click the link in my description for 10% off Cinematch. And I apologize for letting such a helpful tool sponsor this video. Now for the honorable mentions. We got the camera budget being 90% of the film's budget, while the audio budget is the coins I found in between my couch cushions. We've got razor-thin depth of field with actors going in and out of focus throughout every shot because cinematic. And we've got 100 tiny film festival laurels all over the poster, but none of them are from a festival you've ever heard of. Do you have any additions you'd like to make to this list? If so, drop a comment, because bad films can be so much worse.
Parachutes. Don't let your hand jitters ruin the shot. Squeeze the nipples hard enough so you can keep a smooth flight. These birds are getting really angry. You could accidentally saw a dozen people in half if you're accurate, so don't think about that at all. Focus on the shot because cinematic is what we want. You're almost at 20% battery, so the bomb siren is going to go off. What about photos too? You're already out there. You have to get photos. You have enough. Why does it get louder when it's holding still? Why does it feel like you're doing something illegal even though it's legal? I've pooed myself over this plenty of times. Good news, I've got multiple solutions. Let's not pretend you're just going to change as a person. That advice sucks.
I like that intro.
Drones I use. Out of every country I've been to, this is just what works. Situations that are way less anxious that let me get better footage because I'm calm. Everybody's advice is to go to an open field that's obvious. This is for when you want actual stuff to film. To give you a fast, simple answer, anywhere with open water is just an easy win. You basically aren't flying over people. If you are, they're really easy to avoid. If you crash, the only thing that hurts is your ego and your wallet maybe. Even the Mini 2 has bottom sensors on it to detect the water if it's gonna crash. If you're worried about crashing though, don't go far over the water. Just stay over the beach or the shore where if it crashes it lands in grass. Nobody goes to a lake or a lagoon or something to nap or to like go out on a boat and fall asleep. They're like wakeboarding, or they're jet skiing, or they're doing something with their family and there's 10 of them, or they're drunk. Everybody is making a ton of noise and doing outdoor physical stuff. Nobody cares about a drone. If they do, they go, oh man, that's neat. But it's like an open public area, so even if they were upset about it, what are they gonna ride over to you and tell you can't do it? You're in an environment where everybody's having a good time, so you're not gonna get any Karens who will run over with their sunglasses on and get mad at you. You can use that time to get all the stress and anxiety of the noise and being uncomfortable with people looking, all that stuff out of the way, because you're in like a safe...
Experimenting with easy. Just found an amazing new way to do transitions, and it's actually really easy.
Okay, so that's like combo video. Inside the frame is AI, but it's still blurred. What?
I'm still just experimenting. Really easy. I'm still just experimenting with these tools. I don't know everything about how they work, but it just goes to show how easy they are to use. Like, what if I want to try to zoom over there? If you haven't guessed already, this is blending real footage using AI. So that means there is no limit to the transitions you can make. But enough messing around, let's head back to the computer to see how it's all done. This effect isn't difficult to achieve, but there are a few steps, so just follow along.
I've hardly touched a game engine in my entire life. Hey, Battlecats, I would be happy to do it. Just let me know when you need it done by. 3 weeks. I mean, there's no way game development is that hard. Well, guys, we're starting from scratch. How to make a game. 12 hours. That's light work. Too easy. I spent the first day figuring out what I'm even supposed to do with this stuff. You think Blender has a lot of nodes. Boy, do I have news for you. I also had to learn an entire coding language. Apparently, it's similar to Python. You know what else is made in Python? NASA. Wait, that's not NASA. Check it out. I made parkour simulation. You can't jump over the first. Blender time. I made this basic cat model based on the mascot of the game. Cooked up some cell shading, and now all we need is this outline effect. I've made 1 or 2 shaders in Blender, so I'm not too worried about you have to code the shaders. You have to learn OpenGL and code your own shaders. Why did they let me do this? Well, that's 2 languages learned for 1 video. At least it works now, and I don't have to... Why do I even speak at this point? So the plan is basically an open world battle simulator. In the game, you build an army of cats to fight eldritch horrors and conquer the entire world. So I made the basic chasing and health and knockback. Oh, that's not. Look how they just go flying. We're keeping it. Approved. Greenland. In the spirit of minimalism, I wrote this deranged 500-line script attached to every single unit on screen. Battlecats units have a lot of different stats and attributes, and I went through and scripted each and every one of them. It's not clean, it's not optimized, but at least it works. Never mind. I started making the dog next. It's kind of a difficult shape to make in 3D since my only reference image is this random 3D print from 5 years ago. But I got the job done, and now the real work begins. They were getting stuck a lot, so I tried to give them a little jolt whenever they... This is fine. I can work with this. Okay, now they're making towers. I didn't program that. They're just Paint Cat. That's a real classic. Basically, just make a tic-tac and then you're done. This guy has area attacks, which I think was a pain to implement. My notes just say drawing cryptic glyphs and symbols with this image attached. So I don't know what I did, but it works now, so that's good. You know what? It is starting to look like a real battle. Now let's completely break it. Battlecats goes up to 100 units at once, so I want to do about the same limit at 60 FPS. Currently, I'm not quite there. Almost, though. I found this cool thing called the profiler that shows you how long every part of your code takes. As it turns out, my problem is all of the code. Let's say you have 2 teams of 3 and they all need to know where the closest enemy is. Simple. Just measure the distance to the other team and pick the lowest one. That's 18 calculations total. Make it teams of 50, and now we're up to 5,000 calculations every single frame. This is going to run worse than Cyberpunk. I made a grid-based system where units only get updated if something in the area triggers it, and they only check the nearest sector, and there's a maximum on top of that. All right, moment of truth. Still? Fine. I guess I'll move the 4 million quad toothbrush. 100 units is running smoother than my brain right now, but can we do even more? I kept optimizing until I forgot what grass looked like and started clearing even bigger numbers. 150 units, 200 units, 300 units. All right, 300 dogs versus big tank. Who will win? Oh. With that, the first week was over, but I spent so much time optimizing, I kind of forgot to make a game that you can play. At least it's not going to get any more difficult, right? Right? Week 2, rise and shine, ladies and gentlemen. Battlecats has more than 700 different cats. Most of them have 2nd, 3rd, sometimes 4th evolutions, and right now we have 3. Yikes. I only have...
Every good story starts with a voice.
I know. That voice can sound like anyone.
No, I hate my buttons. I don't... What? What was I watching? This one right here.
I only have 6 pages of them myself, but basically you're working with 6 rarities. You got the normal cats, normal being maybe a poor choice of words, all the way up to Ubers and Legends, which these are just, that's just a normal cat. Why is this even in the game? They are the most powerful and rare units to get, but there's more than 250 of them, and it would take me like 2 weeks just to model one. So I started just going down the list of normal cats, and I guess we'll just see how far we get. Axe cat has better attack than axe. Gross cat has nothing gross about it. Cow cat is really fast. Bird cat can just fly. Oh no. What have I done? How is this even possible? Oh yeah, remember the part where I got this up to 300 units and wasted way too much time on it?
I'll start working soon.
500, 600 units, 700 units, plus, and 1,000 more.
Right.
I'm sorry. Fish cat, this one's a solid pick. Get him in the game. Lizard cat, I've been told this doesn't actually look like a lizard. Yeah, okay. Ever heard of Google? Wait. Titan cat, this one has fingers, so it's my least favorite to model. model, but I can't stay mad at that face. Get in there. Finally, I made Babaluga. He's way more expensive and less powerful than the others, but trust me, there's a reason for this. These already look insanely good, especially since they're the most basic designs from the entire game. We didn't even get to the real stuff. Oh, what a cute cat. I wonder what that button does. Man, I love this game. I'll link it in the description. It's free, and you should play it. After a long week of modeling and painstakingly optimizing these things vertex by vertex, there's only one thing that can come next, and that's more model. What, are we just gonna have one enemy? I've got a lot of personal favorites, so I gotta keep it simple since I'm running out of time. So I only made the snake, those guys, pig, the bear, the red snake, the unspeakable, Saint Pig, and assassin bear. And it only took me, oh no. It is pretty cool just to watch them do their thing, but that's not really a game, so what do we do about that? Boom, you play as a sphere. Hear me out. I spent like a whole day learning about interfaces so I could remake the game's battle system one-to-one. You can press the number keys to summon specific cats, or you can even click and drag like this. You can go first-person mode, you can zoom out for better overhead vision, but we're still missing a couple things. Number one, the entire world. It's finally week 3, so I need 2 things to wrap this up. Environment and progression. I started mocking up an upgrade screen in Photoshop, and yeah, this one took a while. I spent like 4 hours picking out fonts, just to end up buying a font-making plugin and making my own. 2 of them, actually. I made the tabs in the cat list. When you click on them, they do a little spin. That's maybe a bit much. You can spin them around with the mouse. The upgrade button shimmers. You can have plus levels. Why is this menu more fun than the entire rest of the game? All that's left is the open world part. We've got 3 days. Awesome. I made an actual player model based on Gamatoto from the game's expedition mechanic, but I do have an important question. Are his ears just really long, or does his head just look like that? Next, I started on the island. We got cliffs, mountains, caves. Maybe we can put some ruins in here. You can't have a grassy field simulator without grass. So imagine my surprise when scattering 500,000 quads of it ended up being kind of a process. I wrote some shaders to make it wave in the wind. I don't think wind works like that, but that's fine. I was getting so much done, but it still felt like absolutely nothing, and I was getting stressed. Do I continue trying to make an entire open world before the time is up, or do I look inward and ask myself, what was I thinking? What possessed me with the audacity to think I was going to make an open world in 3 Voodoo plan? I converted my grassy field into an arena platform, and there's this big rock right in the middle. Wonder what it does. Sound effect, instructions. What happens when you break the rock? Boom. Cue heartbeat, cue drone sound, and spawn the button. And when you step on it, pick a random vector, spawn a base, Wave Wonders has a bunch of dogs, and when you beat it, there's a cage. Break the cage to unlock the next cat, get XP, buy more upgrades, rinse and repeat. I scripted out 50 waves in total and made 10 different base models to pick from. It gets pretty hard with multiple bases per wave, and you can't take too long or else assassin bears come out and jump scare you. There's a main menu, there's a save system, you can sprint now, but it's risky because you splat on your face depending on how long you sprinted for. This is a necessary feature. And with that, it's pretty much a complete game. But I want something big for wave 50, so we gotta go all the way back to Babaluga. Remember how I said cats can evolve? Well, this cat has a second form, and it's maybe not a cat anymore. Battleland Tassaland has a special ability that freezes every enemy in a massive range. I buffed his damage a little bit. Hopefully that's enough. Oh, before I send it to the Battle Cats to get their reaction, I got some professional game developers to judge my work from 1 to 10. Battle Cats is celebrating their 10-year anniversary, so if you want to try it, it's a good time since they're giving out a bunch of free stuff during the next couple months. Download the game for free on iOS or Android using my link in the description. Please and thank you. So yeah, you gotta temper your expectations a little bit.
No, my expectations are on the ground. Anything you show me, I'll be impressed with. Holy.
Okay. So like a resource miner.
Yep.
This is so great. I am the nerd. Free him. Whoa! What just happened? Did I win?
Where like the ominous noise.
I don't know if I want to do this.
Is something gonna like come out of it? I'm kind of scared. Oh. Oh no. What? What?
Alright, the real game begins. I like that it's like a pawn.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, gotta free him.
I think I'm gonna upgrade this guy straight away.
Ooh, what is that? Is that like a little snake? That's cute.
Oh, I died.
Oh, and next level up. That's really sick, actually.
I'm liking the art style. It is very like Breath of the Wild-esque. What the hell is this thing?
Rose cat is his name? What's his name? Why is he called Nice Like Rose? He's beautiful.
I'm really surprised how good this looks. I don't think I can make you like this. I just put it off. I think I'm gonna upgrade Productive Speed again. Yeah, I've broken your game already.
A lot of times people's first games aren't games. This is a game.
Oh, they're gone. Okay. Oh! Why are they making a tower? What were you saying?
That model is great.
I bet the moves can. Yay. Oh, no.
What is happening? Oh no. Oh my god.
I am extremely impressed. Absolutely nailed it. I really liked a lot that you could click and drag to spawn your cats. Such a small little thing that most people probably wouldn't even think of it. My biggest criticism is probably there's not enough visual feedback. Room for improvement there. Graphically, it is pleasing to look at. The models are pretty well made. I would give it a solid 8 out of 10. It blows my mind that you went from no experience to this in only 3 weeks.
I think it's cool, man. One of the more enjoyable parts of the game was kind of anticipating what you need to upgrade. It's like a meta game within the game. Hard coding all of the waves was a good idea. They all felt unique and different. But you got like the obvious jank with the camera. It was a little empty. I'm gonna give it a 7.5 out of 10. The actual game design, the balancing, and the feel are really good. The thing that would improve it would be stuff like animations, more juice, and just polish.
Game development is so big. Whatever you have been afraid to learn is probably the thing you should go for next.
In the end, I overestimated how much I could do, and it was still a lot of work. But when people enjoy it after all that work, oh my god, it's a good feeling. And most importantly, Battle Cats loved every last part of The Cow Doesn't Have Udders. Wait, did I forget? No!
New metal posters for those who come after. Clear Obscure Expedition 33.
The Cow Doesn't Have Udders. And most wait, did I forget? No!
And we should get there pretty easily. First of all, I think it's definitely worth planning a simple shot list for the effects that you want. If you don't have them in mind, it'll be harder to achieve them. This is all that I had. Pretty simple. Exactly what for iPhone. Special things with certain. I'm going to click animate and see what we get. And here are the results. The funny thing is, after generating a bunch of different versions, I did end up using the very first one. So it's worth it to try a few. You got to see what it does. And I'll show you an example of how Kling 2.5 Turbo turned out better. For example, this is what VO3 gave me. It visually is a bit more realistic, but it doesn't do what I wanted. It just creates a fade transition. There's just some magic in Kling 2.5 Turbo, so try it out. Now quickly, before we go through the editing, I'll just show you some of the other prompts I used. This zooming effect is the only one where I used a different model. It's C-Dance V1 Pro. The camera quickly, smoothly zooms forward and gently up into the air. And actually wanted it to do a barrel roll, but didn't really understand.
Safe zone. Once you get the muscle memory.
100 miles an hour, 1,000 miles of range, affordable to operate, safe by default, and you can learn to fly it in a single day. The first clean sheet personal airplane that is engineered to be default safe, even if the human pilot makes a mistake. Every control input goes through advanced flight computers that check whether or not what you're asking is safe. If you try to stall or overspeed the airplane, it simply refuses. If you get disoriented and turn towards terrain, it overrides you and guides you to safety. Lose an engine, the remaining engine will fly you safely to an airport. Anyone can learn to fly in just days. Flying has always inspired wonder, but for too long it's demanded too much. It's been too risky and too complex, too inaccessible. This really is the dawn of a new...
I've never been fully satisfied with what I wore. A lot of artists.
Alright. Oh, man. Oh, good heavens. No, my gosh. Ba-ba-ba-da-bum. I want to go rollerblading more. Bah. Are there really 12 tables? Or 13 tables? There's 13 tables?
didn't realize Guam was so close. It's only about like 500 miles. Less than. How much dedicated wham should I have for my Minecraft server? Really? I haven't seen that server active in a while. Yeah, because it's a bot.
sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel the sunshine? You just need to run away. Reach out for the sunshine. Forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. Without you, there's nothing for me to do. Can you feel the sunshine too? It's coming through. It makes me feel brand new. When you're here, I wish you were always near. 'Cause everything's so clear. And today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel the sunshine? You just need to run away. Reach out for the sunshine. Forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. When the sun goes down, I feel like I am If you are watching right now, say something in chat. I'm bored. I'm gonna get some water. Watch, I'm gonna come back and there's gonna be people in chat. That water has painfully slow water pressure. I guess painfully low water pressure. You know what that means. We gonna go hijack it. Gotta get this guy. I'll be right back. out. Not the fountain's fault. It just has low, like, there's no flow for it.
Burr, burr, burr.
Bing bong boom. What am I gonna do for the rest of the night if I don't do this? I could play Minecraft.
Yesterday, I proved that I have improved a lot at Minecraft. And we played 6 MCSR games. We won 5, and we drew spawn inside it.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore, but it works. Oh.
Like, why are we saying wrong? Why are we saying wrong? Why are you being stubborn about it? Look, let's skip the part. 2 months ago. Because I've been learning this like AI learns it. Like, I'm moving at the pace of fucking Claude.
Because it's a little tricky to do. Here's the most basic portal setup you can make. I usually like to offhand the...
I know how to do this. Skip the part. This part's easy. So, like, sub 30 RSG is pretty hard. Don't skip Ravine Portal. Dude, find L-shaped magma. Dig out, like, the L, leaving 2 blocks next to each other. Put a door down. Put a door, like, across from you. To the right of it, diagonal from you. Okay? 2 blocks. Okay, dig under. You have to pull 1 magma block from directly under that, 1 magma block from the right, and it goes boom, 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 and then
What? Come on. Can I get some gravel, please? Pretty please. Guess not. Gonna load? Thank you. Buh. Trident guy. What's he doing here? Bubba. Seriously? Oh my gosh. I'm so used to pressing H as my, free cam button. That was a good one. I just didn't. Oh my gosh, I'm dumb. Holy cow. Whatever. Oh, I see. I'm done. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get that under a minute, please. Why do you gotta be like this, huh? So why am I... Is this it? That's obsidian. Oh, I thought I took that block. I thought I placed the block. Under a minute. Under a minute. Come on. Diamonds. Let's go. There's no way it's in this trunk. What is that? never seen a buried treasure so high up. Oh my gosh. What? Gotta be kidding me. Whoa. I can't believe I replaced the sand block. Oh my gosh, I'm not beating that score for a while. It's gonna take me years. Oh, okay, not years. Could it just be in this one? I doubt it. That hurts. That hurts. You're joking. Oh. It shouldn't be here. Okay, good. It could be. I just had a feeling. What am I doing, huh? to route these. Give me a bridge. Yes. Is this bridge, by the way? I don't know. What is this? Oh. Why did it spawn me up there if it's stables? Treasure is at stables is at bridge and bow. Give me the one that I know the route for. You're kidding. You're kidding. You're kidding. Oh my god. Why do they keep spawning me up there? What are these trades? Yeah, I know. I had 12 obsidian and I had 12 pearl. Well, okay, fine. I might have just screwed myself. Stop it! Yes, push each other off the edge. Whoa, where is it? It's on the other side, isn't it? Oops. gave you your. Therefore, I am hoping each one of you will consider your interests and commitment to serving in one of our specialty areas. I want laser, woodshop, and 3D. Laser, woodshop, and CNC. Laser, woodshop, and CNC could be cool, but the CNC machine's broken, so collaboration teamwork are not for me. I need to get a caught like on. I'm doing it This way is easy. It wants to go up. Why does it want to go up? It's like the Tron. Archery! Go wee! Archery! Alright, I guess I should figure out how the microphones are gonna work. Microfones. Okay, yeah, the problem is I don't have another USB-C port on my laptop. What will this do? Does this work? Wonderful. And it's going to be microphone streaming microphone. I guess. Does this one work? Nope. Does this one weird? It did work. Okay. What if I got this out as well? Okay, so this one works like this, right? What if I just gotta okay, I'm gonna bring my what I'll do is audio port from here, or for here, for this, an audio port, a headphone jack cable to headphone jack cable, and plug that directly into my computer. What am I doing? Why is OBS not loading?